This conference will now be recorded.
Hey guys, am I audible?
Yeah, Venkat.
Hey, how are you guys doing?
Good, Venkat.
So where were we? Yesterday we couldn't able to connect because the team has said that it's a holiday. So I was ready. I was actually waiting, but they called me and they said, there's not going to be any call. So yeah. Hope you guys are informed much prior to that. So
Yeah.
just a recap, guys, on what we have done day before yesterday is we started our um, model configuration. We took a scenario called capacity planning, and there are a couple of activities that we wanted to do. We talked about the requirement first. So what we did is we created some custom attributes. We mapped them to the master data, activated, saved and
Are you sharing
activated.
my
Yes, I am. I'm sharing my screen. Uh,
somehow?
Amul, can you see my screen?
Yeah, Venkat, I can. Yeah, Venkat, I can see your screen.
Sure. I think something is wrong with Deepak. Deepak, can you see my screen now or?
No, I just say like it's talking. Regular session. Okay, let me disconnect and reconnect.
Okay.
Yeah, good to me.
You can see your screen now?
Yes.
Okay, great. So yeah, so we saved and activated the master data. Then we navigated to the all before all this. We first what we did is we copied the SAP IBP one planning area and created um, test conf 2. So navigated to the test conf 2 and extended the master data. Okay, and then we saved it and activated. Then after that, we went to the data integration job. We downloaded the template for time profile. When we loaded the time profile, we let the system to fill the dates. For us, it's a 5-year calendar. System fill the dates and then download the template for time profile and load it back into test conf 2. In the test conf 2, in insert or update mode. And again, we downloaded the template for the master data and loaded in. It's all we did. And then after all this, we went and we verified We verified the kind of a config and the data in the test conf. So this is what we did. So now we'll pick up from here, and then we'll march forward. Okay, so what are we going to do today? So today we'll create some key figures, and then we'll continue. So first, so for key figure, you need something called as a planning level. Okay, let's go to this diagram. So this planning level is an important thing that would, without planning level, a key figure cannot be configured. And now what does this planning level have? The planning level will just have the planning area master data attributes and then the time profile attributes. So first we'll talk about planning level and then we'll switch to the key figure. So what is a planning level? A planning level is a set of attributes. Okay, first talk about it and then the theory would make more sense to you guys. So there's a requirement for a key figure. Let's say the requirement, the key figure name the company, the business wants is let's say whatever demand adjustment. So if this is a key figure, so the demand adjustment, there is a requirement that they want to create a key figure called demand adjustment. So the very next question that we have to ask is, at what level you want to maintain this? Or even if it is an S4 integration, the data is coming from S4 system. So we have to ask, like, at what level you want to view the data here. No, I won't say at what level you want to view the data, but at what level you want to plan / at what level you want to store the data for this particular key figure. Okay, so there are two dimensions to it. The one is a time dimension, another is a master data attribute dimension. So time dimensions, because the key figure itself, I mean, the key figure means a key figure is a business transaction related data point, which will have a series of values across the horizon for a particular business dimension, I would say. So demand adjustment. Let's say if the planner is ready to do it adjustments at day level, so we have to create this key figure at a daily level. So if the value is at daily level, then the planner can very well do an aggregation, etc. Because see, if I here 10 10 10, so if this is a value that is getting saved, so planner can very well see the data at daily level. He can see 10 10 10 across, and he can also open this up at a weekly level, and then he can also do it at a monthly level. So when he opens at weekly level, he'll see it in the value he'll see is 70. So monthly level would be something like this, and then quarterly level is much. So that's a hierarchy, the time dimension hierarchy that we can bring in. So what I'm trying to say here is, if the data is available at the daily level, planner can do the aggregation. Okay. The planner will say that, okay, daily means too much. The planner cannot go to every combination of the master data. So we'll go there, like let's say every product and every customer, blah blah blah. I cannot go to every day and then just do it. So he might say that, okay, how about at a weekly level? So then the very next thing we have to say is, okay, fine, we can make the data to be saved at a weekly level. Then the possible aggregation that you can do is only the month, quarter, and year. Now you cannot further go down and can view the value of demand adjustment at daily level. Why? Because you mentioned that week is the base planning level of the key figure, that is demand adjustment. Okay, fine. So the weeks are fine. So that's it. So demand adjustment can be configured at a weekly level. So no demand adjustments. I'll just do it at. There also has to be a product dimension to it. I'm just saying. So product ID, SKU 1, SKU 2, etc. Or the requirement would be that I will not go to product ID level, so I will just do it at brand level. Then you have to configure the brand as its planning level for the demand adjustment, and brand is a part of which attribute? It's a product attribute. So you have to bring the product master data and just select the brand for this key figure called demand adjustment, and that's it. So will you just do the demand adjustment at just a product level? It's purely about the requirement, and then so they might. So again, if you say that this is at a brand level, let's say the brand is a smartphone. So if you say that this is configured at a brand level, and then there are 10 SKUs that are mapped under smartphone, and then if you punch in a value called 1000 for the same key figure demand adjustment, you will not see 1000 getting split across the available 10 SKUs. Why? Because you configured the brand ID as a base, and you cannot go further down in the hierarchy. Okay, but if you say product ID is your, if you want to do planning at product ID, if you want to configure this at product ID, and then if there is like SKU 1, SKU 2, and then the SKU 3, and all these three SKUs are product part of one smartphone. So now you can very well open this demand adjustment at a brand level called Samsung. Then let's say if it shows, if the values are like this, demand adjustment at SKU 1 is 1000, SKU 2 is 1000, SKU 3 is 1000. At a smartphone level it will show 3000. Now at a smartphone level, if you change it to 6000 and if you save it, from aggregated level 6000 would be disaggregated to 2000, 2000, 2000. This would happen. So again, I'm repeating, if you choose an attribute as a base planning level for a key figure, that attribute inside that master data's hierarchy, it cannot go further down. So we have to make a decision that at what level this key figure has to be configured. So demand adjustment, SKU, week, is that it? Do you want any other dimension to be there for this key figure? So the dimension which actually makes sense. So maybe you can add here the customer ID. If you're further not satisfied, you can go further up, and then you can create a location dimension. So if your forecasting is happening at a week, prod, log, customer level, product, location, customer level. So that's how you have to create your key figure along with the planning level. So this product ID, the customer ID, and this time buckets, they all will be clubbed and formed as a planning level. So once you form that planning level, there could be multiple key figures that are getting planned at that same level. right? So, and then, we create a key figure 2, and then we just reuse the existing planning level. Okay, so that's why in any planning area there would be hardly 50 max to max 50 planning levels would be available, but in the real key figures, the key figures could be some 500. So all those 500 key figures would be reusing the existing planning levels. Now let's come back to this. We'll just give it a quick read. I would say here the key is a set of attributes. Another, the values can be queried at these planning levels. Okay. Different aggregations, disaggregations will happen um, based on the kind of configuration that we did. For example, the 3 SKUs demand adjustment is 2000, 2000, 2000. If you want to view it at smartphone level, uh, you can do an average value and can just see the smartphone. This thing, let's say percentage, like whatever. So 2000, 2000, 2000. Maybe at an aggregated level, you want to just see the average value. That is just the 2000. Or if I give like this, then it makes sense. So if I view it at smartphone level, then you will see that on an average, 3,333 of adjustment is being made on your different SKUs. Or the aggregation mode can be set as sum. Then if it is sum, then it will show 10,000 will be showed at a smartphone level, etc., etc. So those aggregation and the disaggregation can be configured in the key figure calculation. So now let's come back and what we wish to do. So today we'll create first a key figure. So, and guys, I mean, whatever requirements that you get, I would say that transform everything onto an Excel sheet. Just type it in Excel sheet, show it to the business, and then so that they will also understand it's. Once the Excel sheet is done, then you can do reverse engineering and you can come back to IBP, and then you can start configuring it. So yeah. So first key figures. So first I'll stick to the weekly level. First I want a key figure called as standard available capacity. So when I say standard available capacity, that is the available capacity that I have for a resource. Uh, so okay, now I need a resource. I read a resource. I'll say that this is robotic assembler
Hey, Venkat.
one. Hey, yeah, tell me.
Yeah, yeah. So do we have to specify planning level at each key figure?
Yeah. Without key figure, without planning level, you cannot make a key figure.
Okay, so does it mean, if I'm opening a template, you showed us right during our planning view session. So if I'm opening a template, I might have like, 3 or 4 key figures, and each key figures may have a different planning levels.
Yes. So then, okay, yeah, got it. So yes, a sheet can have different planning levels, but that sheet itself is configured at a particular level. Then how system will or behave? Is that the question?
Yes, yes.
Okay,
Because if
yeah.
key figure says, the planning level is, per period product customer, right? And
Mm-hmm.
maybe other 2 key figures, may have a different planning levels. So when we are opening at that template, so that what level that data will be shown in that key figure, in those key figures, I mean
Exactly.
to say.
Sure, sure. Yes, we'll look into that. We'll look into that. First, let me complete this. So, there's a key figure, standard available capacity. So, I want to say that this is available for 168 hours, 168 hours. So, all 20, 168 hours, that means 7 days a week and 24 hours, 24 by 7. So, but I also want to have a location dimension to it so that, I'll know what location it is. So, location ID. So, I'll say this is plant 101. So that's it. I'm good with it. So I can load standard available capacity, that is at location and resource ID level. These are all the weeks. This could be coming from S4 system. But in that case, we need to build up an integration, or it could be, a planner is, maintaining it, and it is because 168 all the way across the horizon. So that is a standard. So the standard is that that resource should be available 24 by 7, all 7 days a week. So next comes the maintenance activity, right? So now I want to create another key figure. I'll say maintenance start period. So here I'll just say that I'll just give a flag. I'll just give one. I'll say either one or nothing. So one means a maintenance is going to start on this. So now, for the key figure called maintenance start period, what all dimensions you want to at what all dimensions, at all levels, let me use consistent wording, at what all levels that you want to maintain this data of one or nothing. So I definitely need a resource, on what resource I'm doing it, and I definitely need a location, in what location, on what resource I'm doing it, because the plan 101 can have multiple resources: robotic assembler, manual assembler, or etc. Is that it? Nope. I also need another level, mandatory, I mean important level, that is the maintenance job. So maintenance job. So now here I'll say that this is oil cleaning. I also want to maintain other, on the same week I also want to do another activity that is called dry vacuum. So these are the two. Okay, so now here comes to the question that, see, now the two key figures here in this view that I'm putting in is one, standard available capacity, maintenance start period. Maintenance start period is at a detailed level called maintenance job, location, resource, fine, system displayed the values. But whereas standard resource availability, this is not configured at a maintenance job level, then how planning view would behave? It will just display none here. So that's it. So now planners has to understand that, okay, if this is none, that means this key figure is not configured at this level. Okay, so let's say there is another key figure called as for example, like transport shipment. There's a key figure called transport. Let's come back here, boss. It's a big deal. So there is a key figure called as transport shipment. So here it says that this is the location ID and this is ship to location ID. So this is a product. So, and then also there would be another thing, mode of transport. Okay. Location is plant 101, shipping to DC 101. Product is SKU 101. Mode of transport is truck. This is week 1. This is week 2. Let's just say that there is another key figure called transport shipment, that is that is having a data like this. So week 1 it has sent 100 units, and week 2 it has sent 150 units. So the same combination is also another, like a heavy truck or maybe rail. By RILE, it did more, 500. And the same plant 101 is also doing it to DC1 201, same SKU, by RILE, same thing. Okay, so something like this. Okay, there's a key field called transport shipment, which was at these level and then a weekly level, etc. If planner also brings up this key field called transport shipment here, how system would display it? System would display maintenance job is none, resource ID is none. It can understand only one thing, that is location ID, and that becomes plant 101, and it does the aggregation, becomes 1300. 1300 would be displayed here. You guys are there with me?
Yeah, Venkat, I'm following.
Cool, right? So you understood, right? So this is
Yeah.
kind of aggregation it can system can do. The data is at a detail level, but you are querying, you're bringing this key figure, querying at location ID level, then system does the aggregation. If by any chance you're doing something else like a production plan, and then inside the plant 101, how much production is happening, so that is on a different level. But if you also bring the transport shipment, system does the aggregation at a SKU level. So let's say this is Q102, this is Q103, right? If you just open only SKU 102, it will just display 500 there. System has that intelligence to aggregate and then display it in your planning view. Agree, the planning view looks messed up because you will see a lot of nuns, and the planner will go crazy to interpret or at one glance, because usually it is not just one combination that we see, multiple combinations would be displayed. So it is advisable, like the the discipline that we follow in planning books, like we group all the related key figures, and then we dedicate a view for them. So all capacity related, we put them in one single planning view and then view it. Okay. So yeah, let me close this. Okay, now let's continue with our
So does that mean, Venkat, that you'll collect all the key figures which have same planning level in one template? Is that you trying to say?
no, no, I would say it's more about the business function that you're doing. So let's say the planner wants to do all the maintenance planning here. So I'll create one view and I'll put all these, you know, um, all the maintenance related key figures, and possibly they all will be having kind of a same planning levels, maybe a few changes here and there, that nuns and etc. But I will not keep transport shipment in this view. It's not
Yeah,
advisable as a best practice. Yeah.
yeah, as per business function, I agree, but you'll try to keep all the key figures with the same planning level.
Yeah, if as a best practice, so that you will not see nuns.
Okay.
We just saw the problem, right? How system
Yeah.
would do. System doesn't have any problem. System does the aggregation, disaggregation, it would display the values, but it's up to the planner how he can interpret it, because transport shipment, it is showing the 1000, but it is not just, I mean, 1000 is being made up of so many other combinations depending upon the
Correct.
destination, locations, mode of transport, etc. Yeah. Okay, so I'll just say one. So now what system has to do? System has to, let's say there is a, there's also another thing called chemical wash. This is on this time period. So this is what the maintenance planner will come and say, or maybe this is coming from S4 system, or they have the map. They know the sequence that, okay, a dry cleaning oil has to be done on the same time bucket. Maybe they go hand in hand, and then there is like maybe first oil cleansing has to be done, then dry vacuum has to be done, blah blah blah, and then there has to be a gap has to leave in between, something like that. So they know the sequence, they just load it. So now what system has to do is, so if it is one, system has to read that how much of that oil cleaning activity will take, how much of duration that activity can take. Remember, we talked about it, we also created it in our we mapped this in. Let's put M job. Okay, so you see location resource maintenance. This is also activated. A compound master data we created. So here there is an attribute called job duration. See maintenance job duration, which is in decimal. Maintenance job duration, discrete maintenance units, a decimal. So here we'll specify for every combination of maintenance job ID, for every location, for every resource, how much of the time that it is, taking in. Okay, so hey guys, I mean, when I'm, I might go into detail of the business requirement, etc. But you guys try to connect the dots. You guys are experienced with APO, so I mean, also try to connect the dots and read between the lines that how the configuration has been done, which all master data these attributes has been mapped, so that this could be used. So now what I'll do is I'll use this maintenance job duration. I'll take that attribute. I'll make that attribute as a key figure. So there is a functionality called attribute as a key figure. That means an attribute can be made as a key figure. What is a key figure? Key figure means, I would say, key figure will have a base planning level. It can save the data at that level. So if you save the data at that level, you can do aggregation, disaggregation, etc. on the fly. That's number one. The data can be analyzed at different levels. Number two, a key figure can hold a different calculations that you can either say that at this level you have to do this calculation. If it is brand level, do this calculations, and etc. And there are other features. There are a whole lot of features that a key figure can do. So now if you take this attribute, which is having just a static value. So if you take this maintenance job ID is all cleaning, location ID is plant 1, resource is robotic assembler. If the maintenance is just 50 hours, that it consumes 50 hours, so that is just a static value. 50 is just a static value. But if you make that as an attribute as key figure, that 50 would be copied across the horizon. The static value would be copied and then across the horizon, and till what horizon you have to copy that we can decide. We'll see that in the configuration side. But okay, this is how it would be done.
But we can create a new key figure as well, right?
Yes,
But
you create new key figure. And how about the data load then? So if you're fine in loading that, then that's fine. Otherwise, because let's just say this is coming from S4 system,
mhm.
the job duration is coming from S4 system, and maybe in the maintenance same order data, so they're creating a new record. So if it is maintained in S4 and if you're interfacing it, so let the system take care of it. So why we have to reinvent the wheel? Why we have to create another key figure and also worry about the data maintenance? You're getting?
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yes, something like that. That would be the key. And okay, so this is the values, and the planner don't have to worry about these key figures, maintenance job duration, so it will just come and sit here. So now I'll create the fourth key figure, that is final available capacity. So for today we'll just stop here, and tomorrow we'll further complicate this. So now final available capacity. So let's say this is the maintenance planner's headache. This and this is a supply planner headache. Supply planner wants to know that what is my available. I know 168 hours is applicable. Let the maintenance team do their planning, and then I just want to know that what is the final available capacity. So now if it is one here, what system has to do is, or let me just put this up here on top. So what system has to do is it has to go 168 minus, I said this is 1 and this is 1. This calculation I have to do. Final available capacity is standard minus the duration that it takes. I said 1, that means these many hours would be consumed. You guys are getting right? No, not here. Uh, Yeah, I think. Yeah, exactly. And if I also say that this is 1, then system has to do okay guys, so we'll do this. 3 key figures we'll create, and 1 key figure is already there, maintenance job duration. We have to just make it as an attribute as key figure. So are you guys fine till now? Can we continue
Venkat,
with the con?
quick question. The
Sure.
one you maintain in week 1 and week 2 against this maintenance job IDs, does it just an indicator that okay, this activity is consuming the capacity?
Exactly,
Because
Apple.
if I look at the okay, okay,
Because that's what I gave the name, maintenance start period. I said 1, that means it has to happen on that week. It will happen on that week.
and then how does the calculation happen? How does the system know, this key
Yeah,
figure
so
has
we'll
to be
write that calculation. We'll write that
okay,
calculation.
okay, okay, okay.
So, so before writing the calculation, so we going to, you know, so we're going to say that we need to keep our stuff ready, and obviously everything will be documented in the real projects. So what key figures we're creating, what levels we are creating them, etc. So key figures and then their planning levels. So the first key figure we're going to, what the hell just happened? Fuck it. This is anyway there. The kind of documentation that we do is, so the planning level for this is week resource location, right? Every week for every resource. Next is standard, yes or no. That means this planning level is already existing in the system. Do we have to reinvent the wheel? No, this is already there. So we'll say this is standard. So that means we'll not configure this planning level. But whereas this M job, it is not there. So we have to go and configure it. So, and then we'll also maintain other stuff. Like I'm just saying from a documentation perspective that this is all we have to follow, and then share it across the team that they know that what key figure has been made at what level, etc, etc. Okay, now let's get back into our configuration. First I'm going to the planning level. Now we'll verify those planning levels first, and then we'll start configuring the key figures, and then we'll activate. So I'm going to the planning, our planning area, test conf 2. I'm in the planning level page. So these are all the planning levels that are available. Okay, so you see week res lock, this has already been configured. There are 19 key figures that are using this planning level week resource location. What are those? They are alert capacity overload, capacity supply, minimum capacity usage, capacity supply expansion, then utilization percentage, a lot of key figures. So and then now and also verify at what all master data attributes are been selected. So first obviously is a time profile. So this was configured at technical week level. It's week, month, quarter. You see there is no day here, because if you set week as a root, week as a base, as I mentioned, that you cannot further go down. The location here, location description, ID, region, type, valid, etc. So two things here. Not all attributes have to be mapped to a planning level. It's not mandatory that we have to, map every attribute that is part of the location master data here. You guys are getting me?
No, Venkat, can you please come again on that?
Okay, good. Sure. Hmm. What else? Location, region. What are other attributes we have here? Description, ID, region, type, validity. These are all the attributes that are part of a master data called location master data, right? And these all are selected in the system. Like for example, if there is a plan 101, description is plant number 101, type is plant, location region is like southwest, validity is something like that, it's S or something like that. So this is how I maintain my data. Okay. Or just keep it like this. Okay. So now let's say I have created another attribute. It's kind of a custom attribute. It's called as a Z location mm, mm, um, location group, something like that. Location group I have created a Z attribute. So here I'll specify whether it's a bottleneck resource or not. Just saying. So plant one is non-bottleneck. But this is bottleneck, and this is bottleneck. Okay, so now let's say they all have robotic assemblers. Okay, guys, there is a master data called location master data, and then it has all these attributes. There's a key figure called standard available capacity that is at a week, location, resource. But when you create the planning level, you didn't added the location group in here. Will system allow? Definitely it will allow. It is not mandatory that every attribute has to be mapped. That's not a mandatory thing. What's the catch here? The only catch is that you can open standard available capacity at a location region level. What system would display? System would display the summation of it aggregated, right? 536. You guys are with me?
Yeah.
Yeah. System, planner can open what is my available capacity across my location type of plants. System again does the aggregation. System displays the value. Why? Because that key figure can also be queried at location type, because location type is selected in its planning level. But if planner wants to see what is my available capacity at my bottleneck resources, that means he just wants to see only plant 103, 104, system would not display. And system would throw in kind of a message that this key figure is not at an attribute called location group. Why? Because that is not been added in the planning level. Okay, takeaway. What is the takeaway? The takeaway is, yes, first we have to know what are the key attributes that makes a planning level so that the key figure can be viewed. And but it is not just the key attributes, but also the other set of attributes that are part of the master data, and we have to finalize that what attributes has to be extended to this planning level. Okay, so if you forgot to extend location group into this weak resource location planning level, then you can never ever analyze this key figure data at the location group level. So as a configuration experts, we have to sit and if the location dimension is coming in, we have to sit with the business and we have to see that is a necessity that we have to use all these attributes. So because the moment you extend this, system actually creates a table for those records also. Then at reporting purposes, you can actually query the data at that level and can view the data. Second thing, location ID always has to be key here. Just because location ID is the key in the location master data, does it also have to be a root attribute in the planning level? Nope. There is no rule again. You can very well create another planning level at location region itself. And then you can do your planning at location region level. So in that case, you want to see Southwest, what is my data? And then, you just do planning there. You don't want to have the visibility of what all location IDs are mapped. You don't want to go down. Some key figures, we do it at a very, very aggregated level, right? Some kind of strategic, reportings and stuff. Okay, two things. Okay, let's come back to our, yes, shoot.
Sorry. Again,
That's fine.
I'm going back to this root.
Mm-hmm.
What does it do exactly? I was trying to understand, but for some reason I couldn't get it. So when you select this root, what does it actually do for this planning level?
Yeah,
I,
so what
I,
it
I
exactly does is, so it's kind of so just like in RDBMS language, so this is the primary key, and if you don't have location ID, that record will not be inserted. For example, if you create like 103 doesn't have any region, fine, system would take that because location region is not the key.
Mhm, mhm.
So that's the only difference. So so that's it. So if so, and at least one, I mean, it's not a mandatory again that everything has to be root, but if you say location ID is a root, then we expect at least ID attribute to be there for any of the record to be planned at any of the key figure that this planning level is using in. Okay,
Okay, yeah.
sure. Let me create a planning level called weak resource location M job. I'll take a copy of it. So there's a copy button here. I'll copy the same, but I'll just extend the M job here. I should have kept Z. That's fine. Okay. Okay. So all other attributes have been selected on the fly. Cool. Now I'm also going to the available attributes and I'm saying M job. Okay. So all these are coming in. The three attributes, remember: maintenance job, maintenance technician name, maintenance job type, job ID is a root. Okay. And just saved it. And I also need that other master data. You also need to map that. Where is that? So the job activity is selected. Okay, fine. So let's go to the planning areas. I'll mark that attribute as a key figure. So here, let's do one thing. Let's also add the, just for reporting purposes, let me go to the edit here. This would anyway come in later on. Now let me do this. Means just show it to you guys how the reporting will be done. I'll say M job priority. So what does it mean is that what is a priority of the maintenance activity? Come on. So varchar, the length is 20. Let's just say save. It's already there. Okay. Two. What's a big deal? So this is also there. Okay, let's tweak it. And you see there star mark. That means I think I might have created it for some other planning area or something. Okay, job priorities also be there, saving it, and you have to activate. So the status is inactive here. Activate. Activation is successful. And also guys, just please follow up. So what I am doing. So what if like going forward, what if a requirement comes that a new Z attribute has to come in to an existing active master data? Okay, and in what all places changes has to be done. So if you have seen, I just first changed the master data, I activated it. Hey, you guys can, it is giving an error to me. Are you guys there with me? Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Great. Deepak, you there? DG?
Yes, definitely.
Okay, sure. So I just took a detour. I'm extending another attribute. Going to the test conf. If I check for that priority, it is not coming in because it is not been selected. I'll go to available attributes here. Enter. Okay, oh no, there are so many. Let's go for M job. Give a better search item. Come on. Just got struck. Okay, it came in finally. So under here, see, this is not been grayed out, so I'm just checking it. That's fine. Second thing, guys, what I'm doing, as we discussed, there is an attribute called job duration. The name is maintenance job duration. And there is this column, which is a key figure column. So here I'm saying that this is a key figure. If I click on that, then this attribute becomes a key figure. Now it is saying that you're saying that this is a key figure. Now you please create a planning level for it. So I'll say there is a weak resource log M job. Okay, that's fine. it's being created as a key figure. It's been extended as a key figure. This is from duration. What does this from period means? The values that are there in that attribute, let's say 50, for every unique combination of maintenance job ID, location ID, resource ID, obviously, right? So that would be extended. If I say from means 0, that means from today. 2 periods means if I say this is 52. It is not. Again, it got stuck. Okay, 52. That means for another 52 periods, that same value would be copied, but not on 53rd period. And when you say 52 periods, what periods are those? They are weeks. Why weeks? Because in the planning level, remember that you assigned this key figure, week, resource, location, M job. There you that's right. It goes from current week to another 52 weeks. I go extend location group. I cannot do reporting for this key figure at location group level. So just like that, what's happening? It is saying some technical difficulties, but you guys can hear me, right?
Yeah, Venkat.
Cool. So that's just like that. I just go and extend that newly created attribute, that is the maintenance job priority. So I'll just come back here. I'll do a refresh. And just observe the sequence, guys, how I'm doing. Creating attribute, activating it, then bring it up into this box. First create that priority attribute, maintenance priority, then assign it to master data, or maybe open that master data app, and there is also a button called new. Click on that new, on the fly create an attribute, and then save it. So once you do that, then extend this to a planning area master data, and first extend it, activate it, then this becomes available in planning area master data. Extend it. Once it has been extended here, then that is visible in planning level. Extend in planning level, then the key figure can be analyzed and queried at that priority level also. So I'm coming here. So yeah, where were we? So let me go. I did a refresh so that it can fetch the new stuff. I went into the available attributes. I say M job. Okay. Hmm. Okay, as this is getting saved, let's go to key figures and start writing key figures. So the first key figure that we're going to write. The first key figure is standard available capacity. Okay. There are 501 key figures are there in this planning area called test conf2. Clicking on this, create new, a pop-up appears. Create key figure / attribute transformation. We'll focus on key figure for now, not helper or not attribute. What is the ID? So I'll follow a naming convention, M job. What is that? Standard available capacity. Available capacity. What is a base planning level? Week, resource, location. Click on OK. Now that key figure would be created in draft mode. You have to go and save it. There are a whole lot of options, guys, in the key figure screen itself. We'll go like one by one as the time progresses. We'll cover up everything. Okay. Yeah. So ZM job available capacity. Give a business description the way you want. Standard available capacity. And then business meaning is fine. I mean, you can pick up the meaning if there are actual sales, whatever. Let's not waste our time. Base planning level is weak resource location. Aggregation mode is sum. Min, max, average, custom. Let's say sum. And there are other stuff. We'll go there. Snapshot key figure, not alert key figure. No. Stored, yes. Stored. What does it mean? Stored. That means the value is stored for this key figure at weak resource location. So there is no calculation happening. It's a stored in database. There is a value appearing. Edit allowed. You want this to edit. I'll say all editable for now. Just keep it like that, guys. So there are other options. Park it there. We'll go there. So in the calculation definitions, this definition is a mandatory for any key figure, that is request level. What does it mean by request level? So request level is, so you can query, you can request the data for the standard available capacity at just location ID itself. If I ask for location R assembler 101, then what system has to do? System has to do a summation of all this across the plants, and it has to display me 536. Or I can request the standard available capacity at the location region level, southwest. So there are only three attributes, three plants that are mapped to southwest. Then system does the summation of 168, 100 plus 100, and it has to display me the value. So what is it we're talking here? What I'm talking here is that there is a key figure and it is saving the data at this base planning level. That's fine, but I can query it. I can request the data at any level that I want. So when you're requesting at any level you want, what you want it to happen? You're saying that it has to do the summation. Okay, and this is a key. So you always have to say sum. If you say here it is average, it's a min, then when you're opening at an aggregated level, what's happening? So yeah, whatever. So yeah, when you're opening at any level that you want, so then system does the minimum and then show it to you the minimum value in that detail level. So there are options here. One is edit calculation. You can edit this and write a calculation there. You can delete this and write another one. There's an input key figure. We'll go there. What is an input key figure? So for now, just open the input key figure. So the expression that you wrote, calculation expression, it will display what all key figures are going as an input in here. There's only one key figure, that is mjob available capacity, and it's an input and it's a stored value. Click on OK. So if you write key figure z is equal to x plus y, if you write in here x plus y, if you go to the inputs, system would show that there are two inputs, x and y, and they're going in the calculation expression. It will show it to you, and it will say that if it is stored, it shows stored. If it is not stored, then there's a calculation for it. Means key figure z is equal to x plus y. It's not mandatory that x and y should be a stored values. Y could be y can have another calculation for itself. Okay. Great. M job is there. Now let's go to our, where is that? That attribute that we created. See this M job duration, I should have given M job. So this attribute is been mapped as a key figure, but this is kind of a messed up. We have to kind of beautify it. Keep the names simple. Job duration. You need to write a request level. It's a sum. It's auto popping up. Edit allowed, system editable. That means we cannot edit it, only system can edit it. We'll go through all these options. For now I'm saying system editable. Input key figures, M job duration, stored value. It's fine. Save it. Now I have to create another key figure for flag. Start period. Okay, where is our M job? Okay, two key figures with the name M job in it. Creating a new Z M job start period. So now this has to be at week resource location M job. The name is start period, and then it's a stored value and a user will be entering it. So I'll make it as all editable both in future and in current. I'm selecting this as a stored here, saving it. So this is also done. So now we have to configure the final available capacity. Z M job final available. This is just at weak resource location. See, if I am saving it, it is saying whether it's select stored or calculated or both for the key figure. It has to be either one of those. Either it has to be stored or it has to be calculated. Okay. So what would be the calculation? The calculation would be that. So we have to write a calculation for it. Mm, so, okay. Let me do one thing. For now, I'm just making it as a stored, just to save this. Then I'll come back and rewrite the formula. So I have to create another key figure. There's something called as a consumed capacity. So where was that sheet? Okay, so I said 1 and 1. That means 2 maintenance jobs will happen inside this plan for this resource. So it is consuming 50 and 25. So that 75 is being consumed. So now if I have a key figure called as a consumed capacity, and if it is a 75, then I can do a simple subtraction of what is my available and what is consumed. That would give me the final available capacity, right? So now let me write the key figure for the consumed capacity. But this I have to go to the M job level, because that's when I know what maintenance activity has consumed. Now it's not a stored, a calculation happens here. So what is that calculation? If you're writing a key figure calculation, just give a double colon, then system would display all the key figures that are there. So, or you can directly go and start writing it. So I'll say ZM job start period. If this is 1, then give me my job duration, otherwise 0. I wrote the calculation. What is the calculation? Simple. If the flag is 1, I want the duration to be saved in this key figure, job consumed capacity. Okay, validating it. Click on that green color. It validates. It reads that you wrote 2 key figures. M job start period, it's a stored value. M job duration, it's a stored value. Click on OK. That's fine. So now if I come back to this sheet, so the consumed capacity. So you said this is 1, so 50 copies in here. Another 1, 25 copies here, and there is nothing. You said 1 here, 50 and 25 and 40 copies here. So this is how the calculation would work. You guys are there with me?
Yes, Venkat.
Cool. I mean, simple, but just yeah. So now another thing. So now what I'll do is when I go to the final available capacity, this is at weak resource location. So this and this are at r- weak resource location. There is no maintenance job. So I don't want to know what all maintenance activities have consumed how much of capacity. So I just go a level up. I do an aggregation and I will calculate my just this. So if I just do that, so now what happens is here, so now what happens here, this is sum of this, sum of all this. So this is what happens, guys. I am aggregating consumed capacity, which was at maintenance job, location, resource level. I have all these values. I'm aggregating it, and then I'm getting my consumed capacity at location, resource level. Okay, then I'll do a simple subtraction that what is my standard available, what is the consumed, that gives me the final available capacity. Okay, so now I'm coming back to the consumed capacity here. Now I'm writing an aggregation here. The same M job capacity is if it is seed resource location, do a sum, validate. Now you see it is not selected stored value. Why? Because this key figure at this level itself, there is a calculation that is happening. That is your if start period is 1, do a job duration, etc. Right? That's why it hasn't said it's a stored value. Okay, click on this. Okay, save it. So there are other examples that will be coming, guys, next days. We'll configure much complex calculation. So we'll talk more about it, like shifting between planning levels and using a shifted planning level in another different calculation. So now I'll come to the where is this final available. So now I said stored, but it is not stored now. It is a calculated. How the calculation happens? How the calculation happens is that system has to take the ZM job uh, standard, right? It's not start. What is it? Available capacity. Okay. Hey, 1 second, guys. Hey, hello, guys. Sorry for that. Yeah, where were we? Now the definition calculation expression is available capacity minus M job consumed. So now it is showing 4 to you. One is a normal key figure. There is a request level calculation that you wrote, and then there is there is a weak resource location level, and then there is a weak resource location maintenance job level. So you have to pick up this. So here, available capacity, consumed capacity, both are selected inputs. Available capacity is a stored value, but consumed capacity, there is a calculation happening. Click on OK. Save it. Let's get this running. I'll trigger the activation, and then we can actually get into the system and then start loading the data and then activate. You can come to application logs and see what's all happening. Activation has started, blah, blah, blah. Still saving it. Crazy. Yeah, it's going on. It will take some time. We know the activation is kind of a big deal. So now if I'll come to the model configuration, guys, here, I'll show it to you, the key figure calculation app. So this is where, you can analyze your key figure. So I'm going to the test conf. Key figure ID is, what's that? ZMZOB final available capacity. Go. Now you can see some tree diagram. See that? Green one means it's a saved. I mean it's stored. So this there is M job duration, and then there is a consumed capacity. There is a consumed capacity at week resource location M job. That's why you can see here maintenance job ID, location ID, period ID 5, that is week, resource ID, they all are root, and then they all are aggregated to week resource location. It's the same key figure, consumed quantity. And now in here we have taken out the M job dimension. Hey, you guys are there with me, right?
Yeah, okay.
Okay, cool. So yeah, so there is an app called this key figure application, and then you can go and verify. So it will display all the roots, I mean the attributes and the root attributes, and then how they have been aggregated, etc. There's also this calculation, this thing. So I think, guys, I mean, time is up. I have another meeting to catch up now. So let's just, we'll stop here. Let this activation happen. It will take another 5 minutes. I'll just summarize whatever we have discussed till now. And then tomorrow we'll see the log. If it is active, we'll go and we'll start loading the data and see the calculations happening. And then we'll do some planning. And then after that, we'll take that maintenance scenario to another level, and then we'll touch base different things. So what we did, finalized on the key figures to be configured, finalized on their planning levels, and then we created a planning level by using the existing master attributes, and then we created the key figures. We created both stored and then calculated. specifically we have used a k figure at which is at let me put like this, XYZ level, and mapped it to what's happening. System is behaving. So a key figure 1 is at XYZ level, and not right now. Hey, you guys can hear me, right? Hello.
Yeah, yeah, I can.
Okay, great.
Yes,
Cool.
Venkat.
So there's a key figure at XYZ level. Let's say X is product ID, no, location ID, Y means resource ID, Z means maintenance job ID, and mapped it to key figure 2 at the rate just XY. How I did it? By aggregating the key figure 1 itself and extending key figure 1 at the rate xy is equal to sum of key figure 1 at the rate xyz. Okay, and then then we what else we did? You've seen the key figure calculation app, the tree diagram of the calculation, and then and we have also seen introducing a new custom attribute to the existing active master data. We have seen all the steps that we have to do when you introduce a new attribute and what all places it has to touch up. Okay, so this is what we did, guys, today, and tomorrow the activation completes, and then we'll load data into all those key figures, and then we'll do some planning tomorrow. Okay, thanks, guys.
Very good.
We'll
Thank
catch
you.
up
Thank
tomorrow.
you.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Okay.